Hi guys, welcome back. This is Robin and today I'm super excited about this project. Today we're creating a fully installable Android app in just HTML, CSS and JavaScript. As you can see, it's a clone of WhatsApp. On the right, it's actually running natively on my phone, and on the left, it's running on my PC on my browser. Best thing about this project is you can do this as a beginner. You can add this to your resume and get a job. And I think also as a experienced developer, you can actually learn one or two things. So let me show you what I will be building. I'm going to start by taking my phone and actually registering. I'm going to register as Mary. A pop-up has appeared showing that the user has been registered. Just press OK. And now I want to start a conversation with Peter. And I want to say, hi, Peter. So you can see it's real time. Peter's gotten the message also in real time. And Peter can reply and say, hi, Mary. So you can see because it's him who's replying is showing on the other side. And the thing about this project will be concentrating mostly on the chat side. Anyone can talk to anyone, won't be restricting like you only have to know these people to talk to, because we're just trying to show you how to work with Ionic and how to build like a chat app. All that said, it's still going to be a long project, a long video, because we'll be covering a lot of topics. We'll be covering how to build a real-time server with Express, Pusher, and actually deploying it to Heroku, as well as building a hybrid app, which is an app that you can distribute to different platforms, like on Android, on iOS, and even even on webmail. Not webmail, sorry, on your as an web app. And we're going to be doing all this using one single code base. So I hope you're excited as I am. Get a cup of coffee, follow along, sit back, and let's go. So the first thing we need to do is Google. You can Google Ionic framework. I'll leave a link to their website in the description. And just click on getting started. They have a very nice wizard that works pretty quickly to set you up. Give it your name. I'm going to give it WhatsApp. Let me call it my WhatsApp clone. Any color you want. You put green, but we're going to change this when we are trying to make it look as close to WhatsApp as possible. Select menu. We're going to be using Angular today. Create app. It's going to do its thing. I think you already have Node.js installed. If you don't have, go to the website and download and install Node.js. The next item we're going to be using is a Express generator. You need to install it. So you need to run npm install globally Express generator. So you need to run that. I won't do it because I already have it installed. It's still creating the app. Once that is done, you need to run Express with a name of what you want to call your server, basically. So I've already created a folder called WhatsApp clone. I'm going to run Express. Let me call it WhatsApp server. Then you need to cd into it and run npm install. And create a new. So it's already creating WhatsApp server there. And it's going to install all the dependencies. Let's go back to Ionic. you need to install Ionic CLI with Cordova. So you need to copy this and run it again here so that you have Ionic. I already installed Ionic and Cordova. Then you need to clone this. So just copy that, come into the same folder, wherever you want to put your actual front end, and clone that into, so it's already creating it. Now this is the front end and this is the server. The server is up and running. I think it has installed all the dependencies. Now we're just waiting for the front end to finish doing its thing. Once it's done, you'll need to cd into the folder what you've created and npm install. So I'm going to catch you, it's already done. So cd into my WhatsApp, run npm install, so it installs all the dependencies. I don't know how long this will take. I'm going to catch you when it's done. So now that we have all our packages, let's start by running a simple command, Ionic serve. This should open our project, and as it's opening, let's just go through the project folder. I'm in the front end, not on the server. So when I open the front end, which I call my WhatsApp clone, if you go through, most of the work would be done on the source folder. So if you open source and app, the first thing you'll notice is a folder. This is actually a page that comes, a template that comes with Ionic. We'll go through it a bit later. Next, I want you to look at the app routing module. This is where all our routing goes. So basically, the path here, when it's blank, is being redirected to this folder, which is actually a page which has like a subfolder called inbox. We're going to look at it a bit later. The next thing you need to look at is there is the theme folder. It gives us all the colors, and once the app is running, you'll see the colors that it's using. We're going to go through this again, and the last file we can look at is index. It has the app root, so this is where the app will be displayed. So this is basically when the app is running, it's looking at index HTML, then the app is kind of connected with the app root. The app root is what displays most of the app basically. So it's taking a bit of time, but it's going to open. Let's just look at the folder that it comes up with. We're going to create our own, but let's just look at the one it comes with. In the folder, it has its own routing module. So when we create a page, we're actually going to, each page will have its own routing module. That's how Ionic is designed. And here the routing module just says that without any, if you don't put any parameters, just show the component, the folder page, which is this HTML. So there's a bunch of code here that we won't use, but it's good to see. Each page has its own CSS, and each page has its own test file, and also now the TS file that controls. This is a TypeScript file. It's like a JavaScript file that controls the HTML. So anything you put here can be accessed on the HTML. So it's saying that there's a browser window open at http localhost 8001. If we go to a browser, this is what we're getting. So this is kind of like a template that Ionic comes with. You're already running Ionic. but I don't want to run it in this folder in this format because today we are actually concentrating on mobile application, and to do that we need to stop this server and run it again, but add is it hyphen or dash L. What we'll be launching now is something called Ionic Lab. Ionic Lab you'll see how it will display. It displays a bit differently. It's more geared towards mobile application. So we're going to wait for it to run. Then you'll see. So it's asking if I want to install Ionic Lab. I'll say yes. I'm going to give it a few minutes to install. And if we go back to, as we wait for it to install, to the browser window, I want to show you something here about Ionic. Ionic gives you these themes that they come with. So like now my browser is set to dark mode. If I change it to light mode, the whole background and the colors of the website change. This also works with mobile phone. So on your mobile phone, if your user is using, if you want an app that has a dark mode, you can actually implement it. Like if you go on Twitter, you can actually set your dark mode. Let me just go on Twitter. Twitter actually also has a dark mode. So right now it's in light mode. If I go on dark mode, you see it's gone dark. So you can kind of implement the same thing with your mobile app and also on Ionic. We're going to go through, I might do a special just video for theming because it's a tricky topic and there's a lot of things to do. But today we're going to just touch on it a bit. So Ionic Lab is still installing. Let's just wait for it. If you go through this theme CSS, this is where all these things are coming from. So right now it's set to prefer, so it's still opening. It's here. So color is primer. This is for the dark theme. I can see like show you this one. Let's go to them. So you see the background color is black. .md means for Android. It's the same thing for iOS. The background color is black. But if you go to when it's not dark theme, the background color is white. So let's look at our new. So the port has changed to 8200. So this is how now it looks when you install Ionic Lab. So this is actually, I think this is Android, on how Android would look like. This is how it would look like on iOS. And on Windows, I don't think they support Windows anymore. I think it's dead nowadays. So today will be, you can do this with iOS, but to make the video shorter, I'll just be concentrating on Android. If you want to do it now, it's easy. You can still do it. You can still follow along with iOS. So the first thing we need to, let's just look where this is coming from actually. So up routing is redirecting us to the folder inbox, the folder or page. And if you look, they're borrowing the title from this title inbox. It's actually getting it from folder.ts. Let's do this. Let me just create a new one. It will make it easier to understand. let's cd into my WhatsApp, then run Ionic generate page. I'm going to create a folder called pages. I'm going to give the folder the name page. So this will be our home page. This will be basically this page, the first page that you see when you get into our app. So it's already created it. Then, so this is pages home. So what we need to do is tell routing. It has already created another path for home for this page. So what we just need to tell it, instead of taking it to folder that we don't know anything about, let's just take it to home. And home is our home page. This is still working by the root, so you don't lose it. Let's refresh this. So it's taking us to home page, and this home page is actually, if you go to our HTML, there's a title here just written home. If I change this to welcome, there's live reloading. It's reloading, so it's welcome. Let's actually change this back to give it a blank root so that it redirects to home. So the next thing we need to do is let's start designing it. I think the best way to learn is just doing it. So you need to give it a title of WhatsApp, give it these icons, then this bar with the camera, the chat, status, and calls. So let's go to our HTML and just start coding. So the Ion toolbar is this toolbar. So it's what appears at the top of like your app. You see, almost every app has this toolbar. You can use it. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to use it. The content is actually now where you put the content. So how you use the content of like the page. So we're going to start working first on the toolbar, then we're going to fill the content later. Let's start. So the first thing we need to do is, we still have the title. Everything will be under the title. I'm going to create a div and call it top menu. I'll give it a class of top menu. And inside this div, we're going to create another div with a class of top menu text. And say what's up. Create another div with a search bar. No, it's not a search bar, it's like a search menu. Search. And I'm going to create another div with the class top menu icon. So this will hold this search. It's a search icon, this icon, and the icon is just the more icon. Now to get these icons, you can just Google for Ionic icons. You land on this page, Ion coins or something, and if you search for here for the search bar, you'll get three alternatives. There's the outline, there's a filled one, and there's a sharp one. If you look at our image, I think we are using the outline one, this one. Click on it, tap on it, it will indicate copied. Come back to your website or your code and paste it. So now if we look at our code here, our app, we have the search bar there. You need to look for the more. It's called, I think it's called more. Is it more? It's called ellipse something. Yeah, this one. So this one, is it filled or not? Still outline. So we are still on outline. So let me copy it and add it here. And now we have all of them. Now let's go to CSS and rearrange them. So now CSS file, I need to target this top menu and to use flex. It's a div, so I need to put a dot at the end. Say display flex. Wait for it to reload. See, it's kind of working. So I want to give this, the WhatsApp word, as much space as possible. So I'm going to target it. Top menu text. Say flex. When you put flex one, it kind of just makes sure the word has all the space it can get and squeezes everything to the other side, basically. So this div is actually just squeezing everything to the right, to just have as little space as possible. And just like that, that's the first part. So let's create another row here for these guys. This would kind of almost like a menu. So what we need to do, let's go back to the home page and the last div, this one. Did I create another title? Just a minute. Yeah, under the title one, create another div and give it a class of top menu tabs. Then I'm going to create a div for the cameras, for the camera, top menu camera. Now I'm going to create another one for, I'm going to call it top menu tabs. Let me just call them charts. So for the camera, again we're going to go to the icons, select, look for camera. Can use this one or this one. Which one did we use? I used this one. Copy it. Paste it there. Now create a few buttons, these buttons. So I'm creating these buttons for chat, one for status and one for call. And to create a button, and I'm going to give it a Ionic tab button. It can just be a button, but I'm going to give this a class of top menu charts. It's going to say charts, and it's going to have a span with 6 in it. This is for this thing. Up to where I've reached with this tutorial, I've not actually implemented the count for the number of unread messages, but I might upload another video showing how to do that if you guys are interested on how, depending on how this video does. I'm going to create another Ion tab button. I'm going to give it a class of top menu status, heading of status, and the last one Ion tab button with a class of top menu calls. So let's look at our work. So they're all there, but they're showing we need to add flex again, display flex to help them align horizontally. To do that, I'm targeting this parent class, saying we display flex. So they're somewhat working, but some of them have disappeared. So let me just add some CSS. I'm going to give them, let me just copy paste this. I'm going to give it a margin top of 15, display flex. I'm going to justify content and space around, font size of 12, a margin bottom of 2 pixels. So they're spacing themselves. I can't see calls yet. So let's continue adding CSS. Now with SCSS, you can actually kind of, what do I call it? Let me just paste it. What's it called? You can chain like CSS. So here what we are saying is, if you have top menu tabs, any div below it and any span add this. So we're actually targeting this span for the 6. So we're saying for any top menu tabs, there's a div, then a span below it, target the span. So we're kind of nesting CSS. I'm getting an error. It's probably just a closing bracket somewhere here. So what we've done, this span, we're giving it a border radius to give it a circular look. We're giving it a width, a height, a padding, a background color. we are aligning the text in the center and we're giving it the font size. I don't know where color is coming from. Did I set it as green? Probably. So, but it's not visible from here, but it is green. Then let's target the camera. Again, it's another nested loop, nested CSS. So what you're saying is, if you're still under top menu tabs and there's a class with top menu camera, given a margin of 8, a font size of 20 pixels, color gray, and justify content to space around. Then again, the last one, you're targeting the charts. And I don't know why we're doing this, but let's see. Did we call it top menu tabs chart? Just a minute. Oh, this is for this. So we are targeting them and saying display flex, because they're not displaying in flex, and that's why maybe it wasn't showing the camera at the call site. So you see everything now is working. So the reason we're not seeing calls is because we this was showing, it was just showing these two, and the others were showing vertically, so downwards. So when you put display flex, we actually told them to align horizontally. So let's go back to our code and scroll down to theme and select the variable, the CSS. So the first thing we're going to do is actually create our own role here for the light theme. We're going to use one rule, whether the person has a dark mode on or light theme on. So we're going to say prefers, let me just copy it. Let's say here custom theme. Let's give this a bit of space. So what we're going to say, this is now, instead of dark mode, we're saying if someone is on the light theme and is on Android, so for Android we are putting the MD body. You can also do for iOS, same thing, just add, so instead of, or you can just even add it to your iOS. So you want the toolbar to have this background. Let me copy paste it. This is a background. I got like the closest thing I could get to the WhatsApp color. Want all the background to be that color and the text to be that color. And now let's go to our front end. So nothing seems to like it worked, but it's because we've not changed our dark mode theme. We have changed the light theme. So you see the light theme has turned to almost like what WhatsApp looks like. Now we need to edit our our dark mode. Like I said, if you guys are interested in this, I can do a whole tutorial on just theming. It's a lot. So let's copy this, go to Android empty body. So we are targeting the body for Android devices, and want to tell the iron background, no, toolbar background to be our new color. Let's see what it does. Yeah, because the text was already white, so we don't really need to change anything. I want to change this to white, so I want to target the background. I don't know where they've hidden the background color here. I want it to be F5, that light gray color. So now we are done. We're done with theming for now. We'll be going back and forth if we need to change anything. So let's actually make these buttons work. And to do that, we need to first, I'm going to create a new page for just charts. I'm going to say Ionic generate. There are a lot of things you can generate. If you don't put anything, they kind of give you those options. You can generate a page, a component, a service, a module, a class, a directive, a guard, and use a guard later on, a pipe, interface, enum, and again page. I'm using the arrow keys to select. I'm going to select page. I'm going to go to the pages folder again, and I'm going to call it charts. So let's wait for it to do its thing. And now that is done, let's go to the home page and add something to this div. And what you're going to add is something called a router link. This is like what you'd use like href, but in Angular you use router link. And you only need to add wait, let's just first add charts. And now if we click on charts, nothing is happening. Is anything happening? Just a minute. Is there an error or anything? Cannot match anything with home charts. So let's look at uprouting. It's actually there. Let's do one more thing at the home page and on the routing for the home, because we want to keep this header and we want charts to appear as a child of the home page. So the status calls, so still, if you're on the chart page, you're still able to access the rest of this home top menu. So first I'm going to go to the home routing, and I'm going to give, so the home page, the path goes to the components. The component is the home page. I'm going to add children to the home page. I'm going to give a path. I'm going to call that path charts. Then let's go to uprooting. I need to copy this. Now let me just delete this and actually see if I can. No, I'm deleting the wrong thing. I'll be deleting charts and the comma. Let me just type it so that I can find it in I need to go load children. This is a function to say import. I'm just creating a new root. Charts module. Then find that. This is just how Ionic does it. And on the home page, below everything, I want the content to be where we are placing all this, the new pages. So this doesn't make any sense, but it's going to make sense. We're going to do it several times. So now we want the link to go to home charts. So let's try that again. So I've deleted the content and actually put a router link, and now charts is appearing. So what I've done is made charts a child of the home component, created a route to charts through home, and on the HTML deleted the content we had here and put a router outlet so that it lets us go to charts. And now if here this charts one that's popping up is actually this one. So if we change the title to hi, I am charts, and this will make sense hopefully when we do a bit more of this. Let me refresh it. So it's not showing up, but when you click on charts, now I am charts is there. So the first thing we need to do in charts is probably delete this title, because we won't have a title, we only have content. Let me create this. Let me create status. See if generate. Let's create a new page with status, pages, status. There's a shortcut for doing this, I'll show you just now, but for now let's delete status from the main uprooting module, because it's not in the main uprooting module, it's in the home page module, routing module. Let's go to home page module, add now charts. Let's give it it's another child, part of status, call it status, I hope, yeah. Then load children, it's the same process again, we're importing it's just under pages, status module. It's done importing. Then the module is homepage module. Now we go to homepage, router link to home status. Something is broken. What's happening? Something is broken and it's not telling me what is. Let's see. Status outcomes. Why did I add the part to? Because I'm not seeing it here. I must have made a mistake somewhere. Did I add it under charts? No. Did I add it under the app routing? Yeah, that's what I did. Shouldn't be here. It should be under status. Nothing wrong with status. Home routing should be here. Something is not working correctly. I don't know what it is. What's happening? Oh, maybe it's working because I deleted. That's a good thing of having this. You can actually just look at your actual routing. So what's happening is I don't have anything in charts. Let me look at status. Status or something, but charts doesn't have anything. See if we can undo everything I've done. So I was thinking charts is not working, but it should be still working. And now let's find out why status is not working. Just probably something very silly. Status. Homepage. I don't know why it's not working. Let's create a new one. And now I'll use a shortcut. So I'll say Ionic generate pages and calls. I think you can do module. So the module is under pages, home, then home routing. Let's see that one. home routing. So I'm drilling down and actually just telling it to install to add the routing, instead of how we have to keep on deleting it from out uprooting. See, it's not added it, just add it directly to home routing. But now it should be a path, a child shouldn't be on its own. So let's do the, where's this home page? But now let's go to calls. Calls is working. Status, why is status not working? Maybe it's just status. Yeah, no, it's working. So it must have been how I spelled everything. So where I've reached with this tutorial, I'm not actually working on status and calls. We'll just be dealing with charts. But again, if you guys want me to work on our status and calls, comment below, like the video, share, tell me you want it. That's the only way I can know whether you guys are actually interested. So let's work on the charts page, and like I said, I'm not going to be, won't have this title, we just want content, and we're going to create our first div and another div inside it and call it charts. Let's just type something else to see. So nothing is showing, but it's because we need to change our CSS. Yeah, and tell it that we need the font to be, no, the color to be black, not columns, color. Just working. So let's continue just designing it. We're going to use something called Ion Avatar. Ion Avatar is Ion's way of displaying that avatar, like that circular thing. I'm going to give it a class of charts avatar. Then let me just copy paste this. I got this, the image is actually from the Ion website. If you go to Ionic website and search for avatar, you'll see very many samples of avatars and even the image. When I'm talking about avatar, I'm actually talking about this. That's where we're going to put our picture, and this is the page we are designing, by the way. So when we're done with that, we can do another div. For now, this area, we're now moving to, we already have an avatar, we're moving to this. So let's look at our website first. You see it's showing. So I'm going to create a div here with the class charts name. So we're going to be storing the name for the chart. We're going to create a div with strong so that it's bold, and let's say the name is what do we call it, Ionic group. Casper group to save my life. The next one is a div with the last message. Probably the last message was a job complete. So what I'm talking about is the title of the group and now the last message that has been received, right? And now I can close that div, then create another one, give it a class of chart time, and just write today. This is basically this to show when you receive the last message. So let's save that. Let's look at our work. So that's how it looks like. Let's make it a bit better with some bit of CSS. So the first CSS will be covering the whole charts group. So we are targeting this, the whole div. And to target it, we're going to give it a display of flex so that everything aligns horizontally. Color black for the text, justify content space around, margin of 4 around, padding of 4 pixels, and the bottom border that's a bit just light gray, barely visible this line. So you see everything is aligned, the last message and everything should be okay. Now I want to target the name of the group. Add a bit of CSS, not very noticeable. Then I'm going to target the avatar. We're giving it a flex of 1 so that this part is the biggest as it pushes everything to the end basically and takes as much space as it possibly can. Then I'm going to target the avatar. I want to make it a bit smaller, and also the profile picture. And that is that. So if let's say we had different groups, let me just copy paste this. We have another group here, maybe with the title. What's the title? The title is Angular tutorials. So that's how it would look. Now want to actually design the charts page, so that we're done with now the front end and back to the back end. I think we're moving at a good pace. So we need to create a new page, and that page we shall call it messages. It's not part of the home page, so we don't need to use a shortcut. You can go directly to app routing. Let's wait for it to finish. It's done. And the messages page is actually what will be, how would I say it? Well, actually, where we'll be seeing details about our charts. So, I'm going to go to app routing. And actually, this is a main app routing, and actually tell it, don't go to home, go to messages. Now, when you refresh, you shouldn't see the top part. Let's refresh. You should see messages. So this is messages. It is where we would put something like. So if you clicked on the Ionic group, you'd see Ionic group with all the messages inside the Ionic group. Okay. So let's design it. And the first thing we'll do, just a minute. On WhatsApp, we actually have, let me just delete all this and give it a class, Sage title. I'm going to use an ion button. You'll see what this is for. And button with a class of message back button. Inside it, I'm going to use an ion back button. And you can give it a default href. I want it to take us back to home. Let's see if we are seeing what it's what's actually showing. Come on. So it's showing some weird. I think it's what's this? It's one of the theming things. I'll go back and make it a bit more prettier. For now, let me just change this to buttons. I don't think I even need to. And give it a slot of starts. Slots, if you put slot end, it will show at the end. If you put slot start, it shows basically at the start of the whatever. So the weird, because I put buttons, that's why it was showing the weird the primary card. Next thing we need to do is there's a div with an avatar. After that is a div with an avatar. Yes. Then now a title. With the name of the group. So let's say it was Ionic group. And now let's go to the actual content where the messages will be showing. say div and give it a class of message content, and create another div here with a class of message charts. You'll see what we are doing very soon. And I see the message is hi guys, and that's that. So let's create also a span here. Let's say give it a class of message. No, let's leave this for now. Let's see what we have, that you guys get a feeling of where we're going before I type so much. So the first thing we need to do is actually make the header a bit more prettier. We need to say display flex. Use display flex a lot. Now look at my CSS. Then I'm going to target the profile pic, make it a bit smaller. Remove this. And then I'm going to target the message content. And here I'm actually giving it a background. I got this from the net. I actually got it from Reddit. So this background is that funny background you get on. First, the header should be okay now. This funny background, this is what I'm talking about. That's an image that I'm actually pulling in and displaying as a background for the contents of the page. This under content, this class is where that is coming from. Then I'm going to target the charts. Here I want to give that chart that white background so that it pops. So it's not just written over the image. So there's a white background. Maybe you're not seeing it very well. This consuming. So there's a white background behind it. Now, so I want to add the timestamp. So what I did want to add before. So we are going to say message time stamp and give it today. And that's it. Go back to CSS, add some CSS styling to the timestamp. Then I'm going to add a different class here. This is a class that is applied when a message is received. So we have a different background color, which is green, and it flows to the right. So let me just show you. So this is how our website looks like. No, our app looks like. So you have hi today. Let's create another message. This is a different message. Let's say the message says I'm doing great. is not showing. Why is it so far? It must be something that I've done with CSS. Just a minute. No. There's something that I've done that's not right. It shouldn't be. Let me see. It's going so far down. I don't know why that is happening. But let's just troubleshoot. Let me delete some CSS and see which one is. I'm suspecting something to do with message content. Yeah, it must be the height. Give it a height of auto and some. Didn't work. So I've just realized what I was doing wrong. I copied contents, message content. Let me just delete all of it. Delete all this and just copy the chart itself. And say here. So now if we look at the app, let it refresh. I'm here showing. Now there's a class that I added over here. It's called message receiver. So if we added it to here, so this is like if we're the one who's sending the message. So now it's moved to the other side. We're going to do this on the fly in Angular, so we'll check who's sending the message and kind of push the message to the right. Now the last thing we're going to do on the front end, let me go back to app routing and change this back to home. So that now on the home page, now it's home, it's going to charts. Just a minute. Yeah, it's going to chart. I want this when you click on any of these charts and you click, you're selecting that chart. Go to homepage.ts, select chart, console log selected. So should be on the home screen. Let's refresh. Just a minute. We need to go to app routing, not to the home routing, because we've told app routing to route to home. So let's go to the home page. Go to the routing module. Tell it they need to be to redirect. So, because what's happening here now, let me just show you. Yes, charts is there, but we want it to go to charts directly. So you need to add another path. I'll say path, and the path is blank. Redirect to home charts. Need to add path match. No, it's not suggesting anything. Path match full. So now when you go directly to home page, you should just bring the charts page. Let's try and refresh. So it's bringing the charts page. Status page is its own thing. So when you click on the first group, it's saying selected. That's a console log we put. So go to charts. We need to tell it to redirect us to the message page we just created, and to do that we're going to use something called navigation controller. This comes with Ionic. Going to import it. You see at the top we have imported it. Then we just need to say this .nav controller .navigate forward, then we give it the route it's going to go to, which is messages, and I think it's actually saved at messages in the app routing module. It's messages. So let's save that, and now it refreshes or reloads. When you click on this, it's taken us to the chart page basically. So the next thing we need to do is actually go to the back end. Let me close all this. We're now going to the server, and this is my server folder, and here I'm on server. Let's close all this so that we don't get confused. So the first thing that I like doing, I like moving the index file. So go into bin, you'll see a www file, copy that, create an index file at the root of this create a new file, call it index.js, and paste. So you're pasting what you got in the bin file, and this will be like our entry point to our server, the index.js. So we just need to change one thing, which is here we need, because it's looking for app. So the first thing it looks for is for this file, so we're changing this. So let's change it and just tell it it's right next to it, and that's it. Now to run our server, we need to run npm start. It's going to take a minute. It's saying it's going to node and going to bin and www. In fact, you need to change that, because if you look at your package.json, we don't want it to use this one. We actually want it to use our new one, which is index. I don't think we need to do JS, but let's just do it. Let me cancel this. Yes, and run it again. Let's give it a few moments to run. It's loading it. In the meantime, you need to install something called NodeMon. And another thing called Postman. NodeMon is just like this node, but it's very good at kind of automatically reloading or live reloading your job after you saved. So it makes it very easy to when you're developing, instead of making a change and every time stopping and restarting your server, it automatically restarts your server. So you need to install it and actually install it globally so that you have it, on all your projects. So run that command in somewhere like here. So let's delete that. I'm not going to install it because I've already installed it. Run that and enter. Then we are going to get Postman. Postman is a way of like interacting with your APIs. So you can make API calls. You can make API calls easily. I'll show you as when we're using it. So you need to download it. I don't know whether the button for downloading it. Download Postman. Need to download and install. So download, if you're on Windows, you can download Windows. I think they have they have a Mac and Linux version. So download and install. So once that is done, let me launch my Postman. And Node is taking forever to start this thing. I don't know why. Because I've added the JS. No. Come on, you need to work faster. Oh, maybe it's already loaded. The only thing that, because we've not put anything to indicate when our server is running, I'm going to add something. So what's happening is that we're creating a server. So server is to create server, and this app, we have set the port to 3000 here. So the port is 3000, and we've selected the app. We're setting the port to 3000, and we're creating a server, which it will be create server with the app. Now, yeah, if there's an error, it's going to report an error. If it's listening, it's going to call this function on listening. And so here if we add console.log app, let's say on port. So once it's listening, basically it's running, it should console log that which port it's running on. So let me stop it again. Start again. So it's saying app listening. So our app is up and running. It wasn't actually taking time. So the next thing I'd like to do would be, let's go to the app here. Let's go through the files. Basically, we have the most important thing here is the roots folder. These are the roots we are going to be like using to connect to our API, and the app folder. We're going to create other folders when we are, and the app file, we're going to create other folders when we are actually working. So let me start with an example. Most of the work will be done in app.js. So we need to create another root. So ignore this first two. Just say app.use and do that. Let me just show you that the app is running. So if we go to our browser and we go to localhost, localhost 3000, that's a port that we give it. She's saying welcome to Express. So our server is actually running, and now on Postman we can do the same thing. Say localhost for 3000, and now we're not deleting, we are getting. It's not HTTPS, it's HTTP. I'm saying the same thing, saying it's getting a body with welcome to Express. So the first thing we can try is, let's say, we can say app, let's say app get, and say charts. Here we're giving it a function, and the function has a request and response. What we are saying is response dot status. This is response. Shouldn't be using this. 200 dot send. Hi there. So this is our root we've just created. And if you go to Postman, go to the root charts and get. So we are set here to get. It's saying not found. Just a minute. Oh, I said another thing with Node.js. You kinda need to always stop it. And that's what I was saying, install Nodeman. If you have Nodeman already installed, now we need to stop it. Let me just start it again, because we made changes to our server. Now if we try and send it again, see we're getting back here there. So let me explain why we actually need a server. So what we are doing, not save this, we have the front end. This is what we are creating with Ionic. Then we'll have a server somewhere here, which we are now creating. So where's the thing? So this is our phone app, Ionic, and this is actually the server we've just created in Express. So what will be happening, we'll be sending a request and saying, please, this is a request for the charts. The server will be saying, okay, here are your charts. I should be the other way around. So the server will be saying, okay, status 200, send. We'll be sending like a block of all the charts. So basically that's what we're trying to create. And now the URL we have to give, like every request will be a URL, and we'll have a request and something called a response. So this is the response that we're getting from the server, and this is what we are sending here. So we're sending to the server. We are telling this, if you get any GET request from chat with a URL of charts, please send back. We're sending back hi there for now, but we're going to make it obviously a bit more complicated than that, so we can actually store these charts. Then we'll have a DB here. We'll have a DB in Mongo. This will be our database. That's why I'm calling it a DB. To be in Mongo. This is actually where all the storage will be done. So every time the app makes a request to the server will check the DB here. Let me use this. We'll check the DB here, and if it finds anything, picks it and sends it back to now the phone app. Later we're going to introduce something else called a pusher. Pusher is what will allow us to do this in real time, so that your phone app is not constantly just checking, sending, like using your data to go, hey, is there a new chart, is there a new chart. Now pusher will be automatically just be pushing. It will send, it will like always be checking the data on your behalf, and if it finds new data, it sends it to your phone app. When WhatsApp works, that's why you always get like notifications all the time. So this will be our pusher server. So at this point we're actually we'll create the server and the DB. Then we're going to link them to the phone app, so the phone can actually just ask for charts. It's also able to send charts, and the server will store these charts on the database. And then we're going to have pusher now later to make this kind of real time, this whole thing real time. So the next thing we're going to do, so that we don't have to shut down the server every time, I'm going to use NodeMon here instead, because I already have it installed globally. So this time, instead of using Node, it's going to use NodeMon. Again, like I said, good thing about NodeMon is that it keeps on what's the word? It automatically refreshes. Like now, if we save, we say that it's refreshing it and it's running it again, so we don't need to keep on stopping the server. Now the next thing we're going to do here is actually create a folder, new folder, and the folder will be called models. Now inside models we'll be kind of like designing what we want our database to hold. And the first thing it needs to hold our messages. I'm going to create a file called messages.model.js, and on this side we will be using JS, not TS. And now I'm just going to I need to add another package. Let me just create another one here. So I'm going to go cd into WhatsApp, the server side, and npm install mongoose. Mongoose creates models for the MongoDB basically. So as it's installing, just copy paste some code. So I'm requiring mongoose from mongoose. I'm going to create a message variable and assign it to the schema. So if you've done anything in any type of DB work, you know what a schema is. But even if you've not, it's not very hard. I don't know why I'm making so many mistakes here. So a message will have a message, what the actual message is, which will be of a type string. We'll have the time that the message was sent, again type string. We'll have a chat ID string. The chat ID will be like for which group is this message actually being sent to, and the from, like who's actually sending this message, right? Then we need to export this so that we can be able to interact with it. Mongoose.model messages mongoose message, sorry. So we're exporting it. Then I'm going to create another model for just the chat.model.js. and now I'm going to use almost the same design. I'm going to say let chat equals to new schema. Just the same. The schema will have name, string. It will have an image, the image that we are seeing at the top, although we are not implementing this, but it's good to see how you'd implement it. Then we're going to have messages, and the messages will be like an array of all the messages in that chat. And so let me just type this, and let me just type it in so that so what you're saying is that we want these messages to kind of be pushed into every chat. We'll have multiple, so we have a one-to-many relationship. So one chat can have many messages, right? But one message can only belong to one chat. That's why you're putting the chat ID here. So you're going to say type mongoose.schema.types. We're going to be identifying it with its ID. So every time you save something on Mongoose or with Express, you automatically get an ID. I'm going to reference it as messages. This is how it will know, like this ID is actually for messages. So every time we save this message, we're going to get its ID and push it to whichever chat it belongs to. So we are done. Let's export this. .exports mongoose schema. No, what am I doing? Mongoose.model. Sorry guys. Chat. You have to give it like its chat a name, like a nickname, and what you're actually exporting, which is chat. Let me pick up this one. I'm going to pause for a minute. So I've put my phone now on silent mode or do not disturb, so I can finish this. So the next thing we need to do is go to MongoDB. Just Google now MongoDB. We need to create a free database. I want to create this part, and the database will be online from the word go. So the first thing that you see, come on, load. And maybe we can't be installing something else. What can we install? Nothing to install. Anyway, sign up with Google. Come on. Select this account. Say accept. Welcome, blah blah blah. No. Okay. So yeah, JavaScript. Can we skip this? Or continue, just do something. So we're going to use a free one. Create cluster. And yeah, I'm just choosing the default locations. We don't need all this. So the first thing, as it's creating this cluster, I should have renamed it better. There's a place for renaming it. Project settings. Let's call it WhatsApp. So when you're starting, you can name it better than me, because the name is actually a bit important, because we're going to use it to connect to it. When you go now to if you go back to home, the first thing you need to do is go to network access as it's setting it up. Now, so by default, it doesn't like allowing you to access your database from any IP. So you can put your IP address if you only want your IP to be the only one that can access your database, or you can say allow access from anywhere. Then, like it's saying, you need to create your first database user. Come on. Still configuring MongoDB. So let's create a new user. I want to call mine admin, and the password, I'll give it a password. Add user, go back to okay, then the license system on showing us the tutorial thing. So connect. So we're going to say connect your application here, and you need to copy this. So in our app, come to app.js, and now here, before we start routing, we can do our configurations. Configs. Then after the configs, we'll do now actual routing. So the first config, we're going to give the connection URL. I'm going to pass it to the URL we've just been given. Now I'm going to do something else here and create a file, a new file, and this is an environmental file. You can save it at .env. It's actually outside my folder. It needs to be inside the server folder, so it's inside. And here I'm going to put like the user. I'm going to give admin. Then I'm going to give password. I think we actually use equals. It's equals. It's not an object. And password. I'm going to actually give it the password that I'm using, but this is not the actual password that I've used with the server. So you don't copy this. use your own password. This is not the password I'm using. Then let me save this, let me move it away and actually give it the proper password. Let me close it here. So I'm putting the password field off screen. It's a password I use everywhere. Okay, I'm going to save it. Then I have to be very careful not to open it again. So next I need to npm install.env. .env allows us now to actually interact with these environmental files. And now here, instead of it's installed, let me import it. Let's actually we just need to say require .env .config. You just need to do that, and now you can use environmental variables. And now I have to change this into forgotten the word they're called. What strings? I need to come back to me. Forgotten there. So to access your, like, already the username is admin as an example they've given, so we can just leave it that everyone knows I've saved it as admin. But the password, to access it, I'm doing that $, then going process dot environment. I saved it as password. Then I'm going to put some code here. Say mongoose connect to this. So it's when mongoose connect, it's taking the connection URL. This as URL. It's doing all these things. All this is in the documentation for what's this? For MongoDB. And the only thing I've added is catch to show console error if it's not connecting. It's actually showing an error. Mongoose is not defined. What I need to do is just import mongoose. Let mongoose suppose require mongoose. So the catch is still showing an error, and also error. Authentication failed. Just let me see how I've done it here. It should be that. MongoDB, the username is me, the process environment password. I don't know why it's not connecting. So saying the authentication has failed, but authentication. Let me open my env file and see whether I can, my environment file, and see whether it's a password or something. But it should be working. So I've just realized we need to change this to the name of the actual the name of the DB or the project name. So once that is done, I want it to send a message once it connects to us. So what I'll do, I'll create a const db mongoose.connection and say once db wants open console.log. So you're telling it once the DB is actually connected, just console log and inform us the DB is connected. So it's not connected, or it's connected. So it's saying DB is connected. So now that the DB is connected, we can actually now try and save items to DB. And the first thing we need to do is actually create a root, or let me just do it from here so that you see what's happening. We're going to change, so we can do app.post. So if someone posts to chat, it will have a request and a response as arguments. And what we need to do is basically save the chat. But instead of doing it this way, here in app, we're actually going to create a root for it, a special root for it. I'm going to call it chats.root.js. Then we're going to import express, and we're going to create express allows us to create a router. And now we'll import the model for the chat and select chat is equals to require. We are actually importing this model. That's what we are doing. To import it, we need to go to, let's see, our models is there, chat model. Now we are going to actually create the functions. Router.get, and because we already directed that it's chat, we don't need to add anything here. First thing we do is the first one is the request, then response. And what you're doing is chat dot find. In the find functionality, we're not passing anything because we want to find all of them when we execute. Then we execute the exact, and with exact you either get back an error or a response. So you say if there's an error, this it should be this response, this. So you're setting the response status as 500. You can check for these codes for HTML. I think when you've gone to a website that's down, you've seen something like 404 website not found. These are the statuses that you set So for 500 actually means I think internal server error. Then you send back the error. So else, if there's no error, response.status 200 means okay, and we are sending now this response. So now here we can say, instead of using post here, we can just use or no, instead of using get, we can say app use for charts. Let's delete all this. Because we already created the function, now we can import the function. Bring an error maybe because we need to pass, like it says, app use requires a middleware function. So we need to pass a middleware function here. And that middleware is what we've just created. So you need to say let chat router to be routes, chat route. It should be chat, not char. So here, let's pass it in as chat router. One more thing we need to do is actually export. So what you're getting here is you got an object, it wants a middleware. So when you go to chat route, we need to say we need to export it. So we need to say module dot exports router. Together we are still getting an error. No error, the DB should be connected. And now let me just clean up, because we're not using this again, because basically what we've done, we've moved this to this function. So now if we actually run get again, it's taking a bit of time. No, DB is not connected yet. Let's see what it will pick. So it brought an empty array because we have not created any chat objects. So the next thing we need is to actually create a route that can create a chat object. To do that, we need to be able to post to that route. Again, we're not passing anything to the route. Request response. And now to post, we need to create a new object of type chat. So we can say let new chat is equals to new chat. Now you will see that I'll show you a bit later, but just now, but the request, if it has a body, the request has a body basically, and that's what you're creating the new chat with. So you just need to say new chat dot save, and this save will either bring an error or a response. And again, we're doing the same thing. If we can't save, when you create, I think the code is 201, And now when you go to Postman, you can actually change it to post. Come here to body, row, we need to change the type to JSON. And now we can create our chart. So we know if we go to our model, chart has a name, image, and messages. So what we need is name. We can't put messages yet, so we just put name. It should be like Angular stuff, and image should be image string. Okay, so now when you post, see the response is actually, this is what you're getting back as a response. So we're getting an ID, name, and image, and we're getting that because we've actually coded it in such a way that when it's done creating, it should return a response with the same item that it has just created. So now if you actually go online to a DB and look at collections, loading, we should have what we've created. As it loads, we can start creating another route now for the messages. New file, messages .route.js. Need to import Express so that we can create a router with it. Then we import the message and give it a capital message model. Models, message model. Let's see whether it's done. So you can see online it's actually created in our DB. So you actually have a chart that's called Angular stuff with an image and an ID. So here, let's actually just create the get for messages. So there's router dot get. Again, you're not passing anything. The second is request response function. It should be almost the same, so we can copy paste. I don't know if copy pasting is faster. So let's copy paste. The only difference here is we're actually going to the message model to find. So we are finding all of them. That's why we're giving it a blank object here and executing and passing back what we get. So if we go here and get messages, this should not work. I'll show you why. So it's saying error. The reason it's not working is because we've not created a route for messages. We're going to use the same process. We're going to say when someone visits app use, someone visits messages use message. It won't make it. Let me just name it here. Just a minute. But now I'll call it. So it's message router. And here we need to import it. Need to make this a bit smaller, it's too big. So let message router require, let's go up a folder to routes message, and that should fix it. Oh, one more thing, we need to export. Let's go to message route module dot exports this router. Now when we hit get, I don't have it connected to the DB yet. Let's give it a second to connect. Bringing an error, maybe it's just time. I'm suspecting it's just a time. It's a timeout. My internet is a bit slow today. Let me just save it again. So the DB is connected. The send messages get is empty because we've not created anything. So let's create for post. Now this one will be a bit longer. If you want, you can grab a cup of coffee because it's going to be a bit meatier than the other one, because we need to, once we are sending to, once you create a message, you actually need to send it to, basically attach it to a chat. So we're going to start the same. It's just going to be let new message is new message, again request the body. So the request the body, but I forgot to explain, is what we actually, if you're posting, so what you put in the body is actually what is going to be sent. This is what we are calling request of body. So now we can say new message to save. There's an error or a response when you try to save. Again, it's the same thing. So here we're saying if error. This time I'm going to put the curly brackets because I really want to work on the else. Response to status, again 500 internal error. Then we send the error back to the user. Now else, if there's no error, first let me explain. We need to find the chat that the message belongs to. Then we need to push this message to the chat. Remember, every chat has a field where it has all its messages. So to find the chat, the first thing we need to import the chat model. So we're going to say the chat is supposed to require models, chat model. Then so here we're going to say we need to find that chat, and the way we're going to find it is to take chat and now use find by ID. Now each message will actually be sent with the ID of the chat it belongs to. So if you go to request the body to chat ID, we'll find that the chat ID of where this message belongs to, where this message is being posted to, and we're going to pass this in the body. So after we do that, the callback function, which is either an error or we actually get now the chat that we want. So this is, we are trying to find the chat, and if we find, if it's not there, it's going to respond back with an error. If it's there, it's going to give us back the chat. Now here we can say if error response to status. Again, I'll just pass 500. Then I'm going to send back the error. Else, I'm going to say chat dot messages remember every chat has an array of messages. I'm going to say chat dot messages dot push. Now I'm going to take this response. This response, we've not used this response. This is a response you get when you save a message. Remember, when you save a message, I can't see it now. Let me just save another one and call it React stuff. Every time we save a message, we actually don't have, we can't save because we've not created the message route for saving. I don't know what it will do. It will probably just hang and say no response. Let's cancel. Don't try and create. Let me save a post because the system is still the same. What's happening? Maybe let me save. I see it should be connected. Let's try and post again. No, there's nothing like post. It's chats. Send. So you're actually getting a field here. You're getting the ID. So what we are doing here is we want to push this response, which is this. We want to push that ID into the messages. Did I delete anything? Sending it. Yeah, I've deleted something. So response dot ID. So this array in the chat models will be IDs of messages. Okay, and you'll see when you get it. Then now we can say we need to save that chat again, now including the new message that has just been sent. And when you're trying to save it, you can either get an error again or a response. And now it's the same thing. If error, let me just copy it. Don't need to keep on typing every time. I think I added something. So that is it. It was that simple. So let's try and now post two messages. So the first thing we need to know is now we're going to try and pass and post a message in this React chat group. So what we need is actually the ID of the React chat group. come here and create another one, messages, post, body. The message is, let's call it Ionic is so much fun, no problem. The chat ID, I'm going to change it to now the one we've just picked, because this was an old one. This one is not in the database. Completely delete this. Let's see what else is in message, time, ID, and from. So you can say the time is a random number. You can even just say today. And from can be like Christopher or Sam. So let's get chat so that you see what first chat looks like. So chat has 2 items, Angular stuff and React stuff, and the messages array is empty. So if you post this message, you're supposed to post it. This is the ID, the chat ID for React stuff. Let's post and see. Getting no response. Let's see what the error is. Actually saying something. Yes, it's not defined. Let me look at my chat root again. No, the message root. No, this is response. Let's see if there are other errors. Let me just do a quick scan. I don't think so. As it restarted, is connected. Let's send again. So it's actually created messages. And now it created the same message twice. What am I saying? That shouldn't be the case. Let's get chats now. So it's created. It's created 2 messages. I don't know why that happened. Let's try that again. Now put a different message. Hi there. This message is from Dan. And let's send that. So it's added 1 more message. Maybe the first one actually, when we clicked, maybe when you brought the error, it actually created something. Because now we have 3 messages. So these are the messages, and you're only putting them as ID. Now there's one trick you can use to actually see the messages, and we need it because at the front end we won't be using the message ID. We want it to pick everything, and that now is in the chats root. We need to say populate messages, because I spelled it. And now if I run the get, something has crashed somewhere. Something has crashed. Don't populate messages. Let me hide that again. Let's see if that's the reason. Should have waited for the DB to connect, or it's connected. I don't know, I might populate. Populate is not working. Let me look at the model. Of course, the messages. Oh, here should be messages. The ref should be messages also. Let's add populate again. Where's the root? Now try that again. DB is connected, send. So the messages are actually showing. Let me make this a bit bigger. So we're actually in charts. So this is the first one. The Angular one doesn't have any messages, but the second one, the messages are actually being populated. You can see all the messages. Now up to there, I think now we can move back to the front end and actually use our database the way it is. And to do that, I just need to go hopefully here. This one is connected to my WhatsApp clone. Let's go to the front end. The first thing we need to do is generate a service. Let me clear this. Say and no, we're not in Angular, we're in Ionic. Ionic generate. Let's look at all the services. Service. I want to create another folder just to hold services. I'm going to call it API. It's going to do the same. Come on. So now we have an actual server that can provide for us our chats and our messages. So I think it didn't take very long to create one. And so now basically what we want to try and do is fetch and write to that server, so where we can text and we can read text from our app. So let's go to services, and the first thing we need to do is create let's just call it server URL. It's of type string and it's HTTP. Let's just copy it because it's just localhost. So there we go. Then we need to say here private HTTP client. So the HTTP client is what will help us do API calls or HTTP calls. Let me import it. So let's create a function that actually gets charts. So I'm just going to call it get charts. It's the first thing we need. We'll say observable any, and make sure observable is being imported at the top. So we're just going to say return this.http.get. We're going to use this. Basically what we're trying to do is do this. charts. Okay, that's what we're doing, but I can do it in a better way. We say, let's delete this. Sorry, let's dot that server URL plus it's basically the same thing. Okay, so there are no errors. Now we can go to our charts page. I think that's where we're putting the charts. Yes, and come here and create a function that get all charts. This function will use our new service, private API service. And for those who don't know, we use Angular likes when you use services to like manipulate data. You shouldn't really manipulate data or get data on your components. You should have like a specific kind of function or service, what we're actually calling a service, that can be used by many components to do the same thing. So if we have different components here that need to fetch something maybe from your server, they can all share, instead of writing the same code for every component, they can all share this API service to make calls. So we need to say this, the API gets that's this function. We need to subscribe to it. Subscribing is just what it sounds like. We're actually kind of just listening. We are waiting for it to do something and subscribing to get a response from it. And it responds. Let's just console log the response. Dot log response. And now we need it to do this immediately. This page loads, so we're going to run this function immediately on init. And now I'm expecting an error somewhere. Well, let's see. There's an error, and the error is because it doesn't know what HTTP client is. In Angular, you need to come to the app module and actually import the module for HTTP. To say HTTP client module. So we're importing here. It's actually being imported, and we're going to imports and adding it there. Now that is done, we shouldn't be getting an error. Let me refresh it. Oh, it's actually refreshing. So it's saying access from has been blocked. Course policy no control allow origin header is set on the so we need to go back to our server and actually use something called course. By default, Express doesn't allow you to make calls from outside applications basically, and that's why I think we already installed course. I think I'd mentioned that I'll show you what it does. No, we are not actually installed it, so we need to install course. Let's go here, that's a server, and run npm install course. This will allow us to make calls from other applications to our server. It's already installed. Now what we need to do is actually import it. Let's go to let cause require cause. Then after we've created the app, so app dot use cause is a function. Now let's try to make the call again. Look at the server. I do that by just refreshing. So here we have, so our phone is actually connected to a DB. And you can see the messages, Angular stuff. No, these are the charts and another chat group for React stuff. So we want to actually change this and reflect that. So let's go back to the front end, charts, here, create a function, create an, declare like an element. We can call it, what do we call it? We call it charts. Just of type any. It's an array and starts off as an empty array. Then we need to come here and say instead of just logging it, let's say this dot charts is equals to response. So we are passing response to the charts function. So the next thing we need to do is actually change our HTML. And we are going to use Angular's ng. It's called ngFor. First, in this empty div that doesn't have a class, I need to say ngFor. So ngFor loops around whichever array you give it. So here we're going to give it, so you want a chart, one chart of charts. Charts is actually this array we've just created, and we want for each array it should do something. And what we want it to do is here the name should be, you need to put curly brackets, 2 of them, c.name. We're using this c that we've passed at the top, so it's for all the c's in charts, for each chart in charts. Basically you can use any of the whatever you want, any word here, but charts has to be there. Let me look at my data again. We had you only had the name. We won't use the image for today because we're just going to use the profile pic, and the time we're not setting. The last message is a bit tricky. Let's just put it at first as job complete and save. And now we can actually delete this one. I should have started by deleting this one, the second one. I don't know if now we have ion, we have div. This div goes up to here. I think it's okay. Yeah, and this one is for that one. Okay. So let's see how many charts we'll get. So we are getting both of them, the Angular stuff and the React stuff. Now, again, let's look at something here. Here, let me put curly brackets here. So when I was trying to show the last message that was posted, my first idea was to do let's console log this chart. The first idea was actually to come here and do, for each chart, go to messages, the 3 messages, then take the last message and display it. So the first idea was actually to do it this way. So I was doing something like this. I was doing C dot messages, then under messages I was looking for the messages. No, I was looking for, I think it was something like C dot messages dot length -1, that you're looking at the end of the length of the message, because the message will be, this length will be, sorry, this is the length of 3 arrays. So if you go to -1, you're getting index 2, which is the last message. So I'm trying to do something like that, but it didn't work really. Still bringing an object or something. So I went another way and actually created a function. So here what I'm doing, I'll say get last message. Come here. So I'm going to say that this let me first create just an array that has messages, that can hold our messages. So messages, they're also, it's an array that is empty, and these messages, let me just show you what we mean. So we can say this, the messages is equal to this, the charts. So we're looking at, let's say, this React chart, which is on index 2 of the charts array. No, index 1, sorry. So let's see, here's 1 dot messages. So we are creating an array of messages from the charts messages array. This array, okay. Now first I want to check if there's anything, because like you can see, the first one actually doesn't have messages. The angular chat group doesn't have any messages. So you want to say if this dot messages dot length is equals to 0, return an empty array. You put in else return this dot messages want to find the length, string -1 dot message. So you see here we are getting this, the last message, and we are selecting dot message. This is what we are returning, the message that was actually held there. Then here the charts page, instead of doing this, we can actually call this function. We called it get last message. So now it's showing high there because it's checking for both of them, I think, but we don't want it to show the one for index 1. We want to show for the different indexes, and to do that there's a simple trick here. We can set index as I and pass that here. So it's going to go through all the indexes 0, 1. Then here in the code we're actually going to pass the index, and here instead of 1 I'm going to pass the index. So let it reload. So the one that the Angular stuff, because it doesn't have any messages, it's just blank. Because here we said if there's no messages, just return blank, one empty string. So we're almost done with this. What we need to do now is here when you click select chart, okay? Because now when we click, it's not doing anything. Let me click on it. You can still click and go to message page, but we're not passing which chart we're actually on now. We can just pass this chart as a C, the whole chart plus all its messages. Then now here select chart will actually have C. Then to pass it, because this is we're actually activating a route here, we're actually activating route. Instead of console log this, and also I need to remove another console log here because we're not using it anymore. Here we'll create something called navigation extras. This is how in Angular you can pass for me the best way of passing data through, like as you're routing to different pages. So it's of type navigation extras. Hope it has imported. Let's see if it has imported. It has imported. Then first thing you need to put is, we're calling it a state, colon is an object. I'm going to call it chart. I'm going to pass in C as, which is this, the argument. So now when we click on this and takes us to message, the root actually has, we not pass actually. We need to pass navigation extras. Now the root actually has navigation extras, so it has this chart object as one of the arguments. So now when we go to messages, I'm going to add a fair amount of code, but that's how to get your navigation extras. I'm looking at my notes here, so I get everything at once. So first we'll go to private root. This is an activated root. I've imported activated root. We want private router, piece of type router. Then we don't need that for now. I'm just going to copy paste this, and what we need for now is I think all that. So let me create here. This is the data we are actually getting from the activated root. Then these are the navigation extras. So what you're saying, we're looking at the root params, we're subscribing to them, getting the params, and now here we're checking if there's anything that has been passed. And these extras and state, so if this router get current navigation dot extras dot state is actually what we are passing here, state. So if state is there, bind it, or this dot data should get that state dot chart, which is state dot chart, which is a chart which is C. So in fact, if we just console log what is in data, let's go back, let's refresh, select this one. So you see what is in data is the whole chart with the messages inside it. Okay, so we are getting all the data during construction of this as a constructor, and not to use this data will be very easy because everything is in this data. We can come and say here the title of the chart is data dot name. Okay, so this is bringing an error because it's actually the app is refreshing without, and when you refresh it's not getting the data we are passing as activated root basically. So we actually always need to come and go back here, refresh, so that you're on the home page, and now click. So you see the title has changed to React stuff. Let's go back and click on Angular stuff. The title is now Angular stuff. So again, let's go a bit deeper and do the the message content part. To do that, now we'll do, okay, before we do it, let me delete this because we only need one now because we have both of them. And say we are going to use an ngFor again. So your message content, I want to create another div here that's going to hold, hope it won't spoil my CSS. was it here? Say ngFor. Again, we're using ngFor to say let C of data dot messages. So we're not going through actually going through just a minute, let me show you. So let's say like this one. So we have an error. What is the error? What's it saying? Template errors pass as well of data dot messages. I've said let twice, sorry. So let's look at data. So here I'm actually drilling down from data to data dot messages. See? But I'm actually getting the wrong thing because it's showing hi guys 3 times. Oh no, I know why it's doing that. So we are drilling down data. This is what we're getting as data, going to messages and now looping through the messages. So here instead of hey guys, we need to say C dot, I think it's message dot message, and now it's going to crash again because it doesn't have. Let me just go back and refresh. It's crashed again, and now we're getting these 2 messages are posted twice and hi there. If we go to Angular, we shouldn't get anything because it's blank. There are no messages in Angular. What else? Now we need to create something else at the bottom. We want to be able to post to these messages. To do that, we're going to use something called Ionic footer. Ion footer. It doesn't create it for me, so I have to do it the hard way. Ion footer. Ion footer kinda just, it goes to the bottom of the page. We're going to use the Ion toolbar so that we get that nice background, the green one. Come on, let's see how it looks. So it's there, and now I'm going to put a bit of code. I'm going to say chat input because the only input in this project, in this page. Then I'm going to go to Ionic icons. What's that? I think it's called happy. This one, copy it, paste it down. Then I'm going to put another one, an input field, type text. Okay, I'm going to put another div. Chat icons. This for that send button. input send this. I think we can use a field one. Okay, let's just use send the field one. Is it copied? Yep. So let's look at our work. It's crashing again. You can easily just create an object that holds in case there's nothing activated or sent by the root, but the interest of time, let's just work this way. So I need to go to my CSS and put some CSS. So the first thing here, I'm going to target that chat input that we've just created. Let me just copy paste all of it. So we are saying display flex so that everything, the icon, the smiley one, and the typing input and the chat icons are all in one line. I've given chat icons a bit of CSS, giving it a color black. I've also done some work on the input field, giving a flex of 1, background I'm giving it so that it's a bit rounder, a border radius, some padding to make it bigger, and a margin of 4 and a color of black for the text. So now let it refresh, go back, come on, refresh. Stuff. So this one is not, we've not targeted I need to put chat icons on. Let me just confirm something on my notes. Yeah, this should have chat icons. Sorry. I should have here another div. Maybe if I just put class here, chat icons. I think even this is chat icons. And confirm the CSS is chat icons. Doesn't look as good as it can get. I don't know whether we just continue like that or I try and make it a bit better. Because what I've done in my notes, I was thinking of putting a div here. Chat icons, and now move this to here. And now it's a bit bigger. Anyway, so we now actually need to make this active so that it can send messages, and to do that we need to create something called an ng model. But before we do that, we might actually need to create a page where we can actually register a user who can send a message. So let's create a registration page. Let's go Ionic, generate. Now we need a page, and the page will be under the folder called pages, registration. Let's wait for it to do its thing. Let's go to the registration page. And now let's just make this capital. Now we want to tell app routing that this is the page we want to land on first. Registration. So I don't know if we have a look at it first. Come on, how comes nothing is happening? I shouldn't be capital, maybe that's why. Is the registration actually here? Yes, registration. So registration is working. Now let's create a form here to make sure we can register a user. We're going to go under Ion content, go div.form. It's a class called form. I'm going to actually create a form with the class of registration form. I'm going to use an ion label to label what's it like, the title of the field. Here, username. Now I need to explain something. Let me just create the one field, then I'll explain what I want to do, and then we can actually, let's add a placeholder saying user name, then a button, it will be an ion button. The reason I like using ion button is it already create for you like some, I'd call them like CSS animations if you use ion button, so that when someone clicks, it changes a bit with color and things like that, so that you don't have to do that yourself. Registration. Okay. Let's look at our work. So before we go any further, ideally what we are doing is trying to create a user, like how you would on WhatsApp, you would create your own account. Because we want to simplify it, every person who creates, you're basically creating a chat group, or what would call, basically a chat group. So if you put your username, let's say as Dr. Who, that's actually a chat group that we're creating. If you put it as Ionic chat group, it's also a chat group. So your username will be a chat group. Then that chat group, you can go inside it and write messages to it. Because so if you are starting, if you decide to separate groups and chats, this project will be longer than it should be, and the concepts are basically the same. So to make it easier, we're just going to be creating charts if you are creating the user. Then the chart can actually talk to other charts and stuff like that. So let's add some CSS to make it look better. I'm just going to start with a form. Then I'm going to, so we are giving the text color black, display flex, line items will be centered, justify content will be centered, and height will be 100. This will make sure the form is like at the middle of the screen. Then I'm going to target the registration form. So the registration form, again, this is the inner one. This display again flex, but now the flex direction will be column, so that they go from like vertically. Give it a white background, a bit of padding, align item center, height should be 100. I'm going to target the input to give it a margin, a border radius to make it a bit rounder, a background color. Then I'm actually, the input focus is to make it not, there's a way when, let me just, let's refresh it. So you see that highlight, the black one, that's what I'm reducing with this. Then I can leave it like that. I'd like to change this color for the button. Let's say the color is primary. Can't change anything. Let's go to the theme. One theme file here. Let's see what it's saying for primary color. That's the Android one. We want it to be, I think I need to change here if I'm not wrong. So let me copy paste what we actually created for the background color and go to this. See if that changes anything. Didn't change anything, you sure? Okay, didn't change anything. It must have been somewhere else. I'm trying to remember where you changed the primary color from. Is it here? Let me just check my notes. Let's change it there. Then now the contrast should be where the contrast should be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, other 6. Yes, it looks a bit better. So let's go back and edit our, let's edit registration. Now we only need one thing here, is to add the registration. We're just adding the, what's it called? We're just working with a username. We don't have any other field. So let's create username, and of type string, let's declare it, and it's empty. Now in the HTML we need to use something called ngModel. ngModel kind of models what is in the background, or in the here in the javascript.ts file, kind of just links it to what is in the HTML. So let's do that. Let's see what has happened. There's an error. You need to add something. Let's say ion label is not a known element. That's a misspell. Come on. Error if within a form tag, either the name attribute must be set or the form control must be defined as standalone. So what they mean is we need to add here a name attribute and just name it input. You can name it anything. So you'll see how they're kind of linked together. So if I go to the TS file and change the username to me, go to the front end, so the value of the input is actually me. So as we're done with that, we need to come here and actually submit this username to like create a chat group. So we'll say click, choose ng click, just call it submit. Now here we need to create a function called submit. Submit is basically register. Okay. What we need to do is create an object. So let's say let object, because remember on the server receives objects in the request.body. So need to create an object with the name and say that this is the same to this this is actually this username. And let me just confirm something. Chats are just name. Okay, so once we've created the object, let's call the API. I don't know whether in the API we had already created post. I don't think so. Let's create post. So this function will be called post charts, and it's an observable, meaning someone can subscribe to it and wait for it to finish what it's doing. And this time we're saying this, return this .http .post post takes two arguments, this dot URL, this is the URL, and the chat, and here and pass the chat. That's a chat object. So this is what we're going to get as request.body. So let's go back to registration. I've lost it. I've opened too many windows. So we can say private API. Let's import the API service, then run this dot API dot post charts, and and we are passing objects, the object we just created. And when it exports, just takes one argument and we subscribe to it, so we know when it's done. We're going to get a response. We can console log the response. Better yet, we can even alert. We can alert user has been registered. Okay. So now we can create a new user. Let's say, let's call the user Doctor Who. Let's close all this. So user has been registered. Let's check our charts. Let's see if we actually get Doctor Who. So Doctor Who is in the database. So the next thing we need to do is actually I want to create, we are supposed to create like another service for like authentication, but because this is a small project, I'll just use the same service for API, so that we can just get this done. So what I want to do is actually save the details. So on your phone app, when you register, that phone saves data to your, it will save like your username, your profile on that device. That's why you don't have to keep on logging in every time you like launch the device. So I'm going to create here a function that saves this data to a device. So I'm going to say save user. What this function does is it takes a user and uses Angular's a very nice tool called local storage. And the best thing about local storage is that it kind of determines which storage is available for any device. If it's a phone, it will save it on a phone. If you're using this on like a progressive web app or a web like application like on Chrome, it will figure out where Chrome wants to store its stuff and save it there. So you just need to say local storage set item. It takes a key. So the key would be user, then it saves everything in a string form. So we need to kind of turn this object into a string. And pass user here. Okay. Then to get that user from other pages or somewhere else, you need to run get user. Doesn't take anything. This one will return sorry, local storage dot get item, now the key. Then we might actually need to check if someone is registered. Do we need this? Let me just put it down. You might use it in another project. And this returns a boolean. And we're saying return local storage dot get item user. So if there's no user on the phone, meaning basically someone has not logged in, this should return null. Local dot get user will be null. true. So we are checking if it's there. If there's a user, return true. Others return false. Again, someone can actually log out. Let's call it user log out. What we want to do is to return local storage dot remove item user. Okay, so let's go back to the registration page. And now once you get confirmation, because when you subscribe and you get a response, it's the response you're getting from the server. Once you get a response, we want one to save the user. This dot API dot save user and pass this response as the user. Then we need to now redirect them and navigate them to the home page. To do that, we need to use nav controller. We've seen nav controller before. And nav controller. So I imported nav controller. So need to tell them. So this nav controller navigate forward to home. So let's create another user. We need to check something here. Let me just do it first. There must be, because I worked on this computer. Let me see if we've saved anything. Yes, I need to delete all this. Delete all this and refresh. Okay, you're seeing Ionic also saves some things on your computer. That's why it's starting with even the iOS selected and that removed it. So let's create someone called now JavaScript group register. So user has been registered, okay. It has moved over to the home page, and you can see JavaScript group is there. Now you can see the user here, and this is what is storing on the browser, and you can see the name is JavaScript and the ID and everything, and he has 0 messages for now. So let's delete him. Let's refresh so that we go to the home page. I'm going to introduce one more concept, and that is a guard. So the Angular a guard is what you use to kind of guard your routes, so that if you're ready, for example, in this case, if someone is already registered, they shouldn't see the registration page again unless they log out. So I'm going to select with the up and down key. I've selected guard. I'm going to create a folder, call it guards and call it auth, because we want, if someone is already authenticated, they shouldn't be allowed to go back to that page again. So yeah, you need to select with the space button, select can activate, then press enter. It's created a guard. Let me just check something on my notes. Okay, so where is guard? at the top. Come to this file, and here this guard is just saying return true. So anywhere you place it, it's just going to say okay, continue on. We don't want that. We want to check here. Just remove this true. We are here. Let me make this a bit smaller. Make this full screen. So we're looking at the state, and under this state we need to make an if statement and say local storage dot get item user. So you can use this, or you can use, because we already created a function for checking if a user is registered. Because I don't want to import the service, I'll just do it directly. So if the user is not null, allowed to pass through, so we're returning true. Else, so if there's actually an user, let it go, it can go to home. Else, this dot router, we need to import router. We need to make a constructor here. Private router. Router. This dot router dot navigate. It's another way of doing. You can also use the nav controller. I'm just showing you another way. So what you're saying, if someone has landed to like the home page, this guard will be guarding the home page specifically. So if someone has landed on the home page and they are not registered, there's no user in the data on the database of the device or the phone, please navigate them back to registration so that they register. And to use this guard is very simple. You just need to come to app routing, and here on home we need to add can activate. Let me just consult my notes. App routing. It should be can activate. Oh, it's because I've not put a comma, that's why. Can activate and put now alt guard and import it. So the home page is actually protected. You can't get to the home page without registering. Okay, so let's test it. I've deleted the user and get to the home page. Let's see if we can get to the home page here. Yeah, I bet we need to delete this, but I'll show you where to do that. Application. So nobody is, it's not logged in. So let's go to home. You see, you can't log in, it's redirecting you back to registration. So yeah, now that works, and when you register now, I think this should be like the last person. Who do we register with? You've done JavaScript, you've done, let's call it HTML group then. This has been registered, and now HTML group works. So now that we actually have a way of registering, let's again go to app routing and change it back to home, so that you are redirected to home every time. Then go to messages. So now we can actually post a message. Need to create here function post message, and now send. Can have ng click. This is post message. Okay. Now once we can post message, first thing we need to do is, we need to actually get what this message is, and like we did in the other form, we need to give this a name. We can call it the input, we can call it just chat. The name doesn't matter. Then we create an ng model and call it, we can call it also chat. Okay. Then on this other side, create a chat, this type string, and it's an empty string. Then here import API service. It's not imported it. It's imported it now. Create an object. That object is equals to message is this.chat, but this one will have a bit more stuff, because we need to get the message, the chat where this message is being posted to, and the chat and the person who's posting this message. So here we might actually first say let user is equals to this .api.get user. So we're getting the user that's stored on the device. Then the message was this to chat. Then we need the from to be, let's just use user.id for now. We'll see whether we can improve it in the future. User as this that. This we need to change this into, because this is actually a string. Because remember, local storage saves everything in terms of string, so we need to pass it into an object, JSON object. Okay, and the chat ID over this the data that we actually getting when we load the whole page dot ID. Then time, can use JavaScript date dot time now, date now, so date now. But remember, when you're posting a message, it has all these things. It has a message, it has from, chat ID, and time. So when you have all that, you can actually post it. Say this dot API dot post. Wait, we need to create it. We can actually do like post resource and pass in the extension. Maybe we wanted it to go to messages, and now in fact this is the best way of doing it. And now the object, so that we can reuse the same code. Copy this. Where's the service? So instead of having to create post chats, post messages, we can instead create the text, the root, and the item as arguments. Observable any turn this dot http dot post is dot, can make sure this is a string, this dot server some class root. Then the item. I don't know if this makes sense. This root is, instead of putting charts, that we can use this once for every whatever, for every message or for every post. We can share the same code. To make our work easier, you can just pass the root where you want to here, so that we don't need this. Let's first test if it works. Then subscribe response console.log. Response. Then the only thing we need to do is actually clear the chart to make it blank, so that when you hit post it just becomes blank. So hope we're going back to home now. Okay, there's nobody registered. Let's call the CSS group register. Okay, Angular stuff. Hi there. Console log, delete, post. And headers, 3000 messages. We do have messages, right? Let's see what it's saying on the server side. So there was an error. When did the error happen? Cannot read property messages of now. Let's look at our messages. What am I doing? WhatsApp server. What's a model like? message is of type string. Let's see how our object is looking like. Here we up messages. So console.log the object. We need to also wake up our server. Just click on like app and save it so that it restarts. DB is connected. Now we're back to this problem where we have to keep on going back to write again. Right there. Click. So the object has a message from chat ID and defined a time. Chat ID and defined message. There, it's okay. On time. So what's the problem? Or maybe it's trying to now push it into chat, and because there's no chat ID, it's bringing the error. So let's check why we are not getting the chat ID. If I do that, let me save this. Then let's go to open two menus. So no, it should be this .data.id. It's the ID of that chat group basically. Again, let's try again. Refresh. Hi. So it's coming back, so it has saved it. And now if you actually reload it, you should be seeing it here. Are you here? Send. Refresh. We need to refresh to pull it again. Oh yeah, say hi there. We needed to refresh. So we're actually posting messages now. And now we need to make them. So the next step, yeah, that should be the next step. We need to use pusher to make it real time. So you see, when I post, I have to refresh so that I know whether, or go back and come in again and refresh. You want to use pusher so it's real time. The minute you post it here, it appears. Just how Angular, WhatsApp works. So let's go to pusher. Pusher.com. And here you need to create an account or sign up. So let's sign up for pusher. I'm going to sign with a different account here. Use this one. Yes, allow. And you want the sandbox plan. It's a free one. Name your app here. I'm going to call it WhatsApp. Front end, you can use Angular. Back end, we're using Node.js. Create app. we already have some type of like a getting started guide. So what we need is to come to this part, the Node.js part, come back to your server, run npm install pusher. I've already done that, so I won't do that part. Let me actually open the server folder. Close this, we don't need this for now. Open app.js. I need to put the settings for the configuration for pusher. Just a moment. So the first thing I'm going to go to is, I need to make this a bit brighter. My screen is going into night mode. So I'm going to use var pusher equals to new pusher. I don't think I've imported pusher, so let's import it. Let pusher just require pusher. So if you go on the website, over here, we have all the details we did. So I'm just going to paste it. Then now what we want to do is every time there is a change to the DB, we want to kind of detect it and inform pusher about it, basically. So first thing I want to do is create here const on message collection. I'm going to assign it to db.collection messages. Remember, we're doing this once the DB is connected. That's when we want to start detecting any changes. I'm going to create another and call it drive stream and watch message collection. That's a function. I'm going to say on change stream, change it dot on change we're going to get a callback function. Now I can actually console log and say, let's see what is in change. What is in change and pass change. So server pusher is not the save. Saying something to do with pusher. Has already been declared. So already declared pusher. Oh, okay. Let me delete this one. Where's the other one then? Oh, it's here. So DB is connected. Let's try and make a change. Let's so we've attached this listener on messages. So we have to make a change to messages. Let's see if we get anything. Messages. Let's post a message to here and say I am good. Send. So you see we're getting a of information here. Basically, the operation type is of type insert because we've inserted a new message. We have the message, I'm good, the chat ID, the time is today, the name of the person who sent the message. So now that we can actually detect when a change is done, we can continue with working with pusher. Remove the console log and say if change dot operation type. So we had in what we console log in the change object we actually have operation type. So if the operation type is of type insert, get the messages, the details, message details, and this is actually change.full document. This is this full document. Everything that's here you can see from what we console logged. So with that, we now actually add pusher and say trigger and the trigger is message. Then you have to pass inserted and an object with what you've actually inserted. So let's say message details dot message chat ID. And the reason we are doing that is so that we actually see it on to us to see it on pusher. Just copy paste the rest. And now we want to see whether pusher is actually being triggered. So let's go back to the website, go to debug console, then push another message. So let's give a message to be how are you doing, and send. Let's look at push and see whether it's actually picking anything. So it seems like nothing is happening. No, there's something wrong with the server, I think. Let's just see. Server has crashed. What's the reason? Message details. Actually call it. Let me just get a glance of the message. So you have short idea. So we have another error now. Let's try that again. So you see we've actually successfully connected pusher, and it's saying that the channel is message and the event is inserted. And you can see the whole message of what we actually typed, right? So just like that, we have pusher connected. And what we need to do now is actually now go to the front end and add pusher. So let's go to the front end. At the front end, you'll have to install pusher.js. The front end is here. So you have to, not pusher, you have to install pusher.js. The next thing we need to do once that is done is create another service, ng generate Why am I thinking like an Angular person? Ionic generate let's wait for it to do its thing. Want to generate a service specifically or specially just for pusher service. So it's a service. It's under the folder for services. Let's call it pusher. Wait for it to create. Come on. So it's generated the service. Let's go to the services folder. Here's our new service, pusher service. Now the first thing we may need to do is create a pusher of type any. Come here and say this to pusher goes to new pusher. Let me import it. Import pusher from pusher.js. The new pusher needs a key that you're using, and that key is, you can get it from here, the get started page. If you look at the JavaScript, it's the same key that we've been using. So this is the key for this, for our listener on pusher basically. Then you need to pass this to the name of the cluster and something called force TLS. After that, let me just copy paste this. It's a function to subscribe now to that channel, so that your app is almost always listening, and pusher can send like a notification when someone posts something like on a chat site or on a chat page. So it's a subscribe to channel. The channel name is what we're going to pass. We're going to pass the events, and we're going to get a callback function. This channel is going to subscribe to this channel name. The channel name will be message this channel. I don't know if you'll see it in debug console. Then for each event, it's going to give us a callback, and we're going to send that data back to the to basically the component or page that's listening or subscribe to this channel. So let's save that. Let's go back to messages. As we're working on messages, pages, chats, messages, and now we can import that pusher service. So private pusher service. Okay, and now we want when this page loads, immediately we initialize this page. So on on init, we start listening to our pusher service to find out if there is any new message. So I say this dot pusher dot subscribe to channel. The channel, like I said, is messages. We are listening for the inserted event inserted, and now we're going to get a callback, and that data is the tricky part. Now the data we get, so let's say we get like the data we got here. I don't know if the debug console will still show us. It says disconnect, but we can't see the data that we got, but we got something similar to this, to a message, like how do I say, like the message object that we had created. So if we get that, we need to kind of add it to, let me show you. So if we create a message here, we need it to add it to like this array of messages. And remember, this array of messages was here. We're calling it data. So what we need to do here is say this dot data. We drill down to the messages and push the new data that we've just gotten. Okay. And now let's see if it will work. There's only one way to find out. Let's take it back. So this error that we constantly get when it reloads, if we create a phone app with this, we shouldn't get it, because you can't really go through, you can't refresh this page on a phone app. So what we're trying to say here is, let's test it, test one, and send. So we've sent, nothing is happening. We're not getting that message automatically appearing there after it's been sent. Let's check our server. Our server is working. Let's see if pusher was triggered. It was triggered, so test one was sent, but nothing came back. Let's start console logging. Are you getting anything? And let's console log the data. Then let's go to the pusher service and see whether it's actually being triggered. Log. What's the event? Let me check my code here for a minute. Seems to be okay, so let's try that again. No, test one is showing, but we know that it saves to data, so to the database, so it has to show here. What we want is real time. Test 2. It's not appearing real time. Where is this coming from? So we are kind of not getting anything from This is not being triggered. Even the, is it actually calling or push a service? So I think the channel was message. Yeah, the channel was message, not messages. So last test should work. And there we go. I'm too good at this. I'm too good at this. So one of the last steps we can do is maybe put the like, you know how when you receive it, you know the one who started the chat. So if you're texting, the messages should go to the other side, kinda. We want to add this CSS where they put it. So yeah, for the message receiver. So to do that, I need to use something called ng class. Yeah, and want to say, nice how that it's here. Yeah, I want to add a class. Ng class is a way of, you can do like an if statement for your CSS. So you want to say the first thing is the class you want to add. Saver. I hope I'm not sure I spelled it. Let me just copy paste so that we don't make a mistake. We say, and now here we need to check. So we're comparing the data, the ID of the data. So basically the chat ID, this is a chat ID, and if it's the same with the C for each message from, remember in from we are what are we doing? We are putting who has sent the message. So we are checking if the person who's sending the message is the actual person who owns the chat. Now let's see if it's working. We need to refresh. Something wrong with our HTML here. No, we shouldn't add anything at the end here. I don't know what I was thinking. Go back and refresh. I don't know what we've logged in as. I don't think that it's actually working. Let's see. The user, we are who? In the CSS group. Let's go to CSS group and try something. Hi there. Send. So as a person who's here, it's actually working. So as CSS group, our messages show on this side because we are the ones who own the group. It's like we're texting ourselves. So in Angular, final test. So final test, I've clicked twice by mistake by showing them. Oh, there's one thing that we need to do. If you check, Angular staff is getting final test, and CSS group is actually getting final test, but this because we are still subscribed to pusher. So even when you go back, we are actually this CSS group is still subscribed. So it's actually just pushing, like it's pushing the last message still to even CSS group. But if you refresh, because now it's actually fetching from the database, that message is not there. Now what I did to kind of take care of that overflow, here at the back button, I actually created a function and called it unsubscribe. So when you click back button, you've subscribed from that from basically that channel. So let's create a function here, call it unsubscribe. Go to the pusher service, create unsubscribe. You can just call it the same. And now what we want to do here is say this dot pusher dot unsubscribe and subscribe. Now we can save this. Go to message, say this dot API. No, this dot pusher dot unsubscribe. So now if we text in CSS, say final test, it's working. Let's go back to this and call it the last test. I went to that one so that we are still subscribed. The last test and send. Okay, let's go back. It's still subscribed. So let's let me confirm something in my notes. How was I unsubscribing? Oh, you have to give it a channel name. Oh, I'm so sorry. You have to give it a channel name. You need to tell it which channel to unsubscribe for. The channel is message. Don't want to be listening to message anymore. And here, give it a channel name. And when you unsubscribe, then subscribe from channel name. Now when you go back, has it refreshed? No. And say now let's subscribe here. CSS group WhatsApp. So that is a subscribed. Let's try with this one. Subscribe. So now CSS group. Well, the minute I went back, CSS group and subscribed, and now I can actually use Angular. So that is as far as you're going to go for today on this app. If you guys want more and can make it better, please comment and like and subscribe also, and we can talk and we can see whether we can continue with this project. So the feedback that I'm going to get is what's going to determine whether we continue with this. The last thing is actually making it an app. And to make it an app, again, very simple. First, you need to download Android Studio. Then I'm here. You need to run this command. It's called Ionic build. What you're doing, we're actually building like what's it called, a production build of something that you can actually distribute. Let's say if you're doing a web app, this is what you'd hand over to a hosting provider. So let's build the project first. It's going to take a minute or two. Then let's go to this page. You need to download Android Studio. It's a big file, about 896 MB, and install it. So I'm going to come back in a few minutes when this has built, and you can continue from there. So quick edit here. I'm on the messages page.ts, and I've just realized that it won't work correctly if we add our message receiver class this way. Instead, what we need to do is, let me just create a user here. Instead of type any, what I need to do is come here, change this to user, this dot user, and here to this dot user. Dot user. So we need actually to move this server to a remote server, something that our phone can access, because our phone, like, we are using localhost because we are coding from our local, basically phone, what would you call it, PC. So to do that, we need to, the service called Heroku. Heroku is basically a free way to put your Express server online. I guess you can put other servers like Ruby. We're going to use it for Express. So you can Google Heroku, click on Heroku. You may need to create an account. I've already created an account and logged in. So create an account. After you create an account, you will see new, create new app. You need to give your app a name. I'm going to give it WhatsApp, maybe 3. WhatsApp 3 is available. Create app. Once you've created the app, you're going to see the instructions here. Now first you need to download and install Heroku CLI. Then you need to run Heroku login. I've already logged in, but let's just run it here. Heroku login. Let's see what happens. It says, okay, you can log in, press any key. It's going to open it in the browser. So as it opens, I need to convert this to, okay, so it opened. You're logged in already, so you may need to actually log in with your email and password. So the next thing we need to do, we need to create 2 files here. The first one is something called proc file. It's a special Heroku file to tell Heroku how to open your app. So we're going to pass web node, because we want to use node index.js. So we're telling it to open using node and to target this file. Again, I'm going to go to package manager. Let me save the proc file. I'm going to go to package.json and tell it to use node, because node mode, remember, is for when you're in development mode basically. Then, because I'm going to initialize a git, what's this, git here, I need to kind of give it a git ignore file. Git ignore, it's actually dot git ignore. So I want to ignore node modules. That's how the whole node modules, and I want to ignore dot e and v. Then now I can say git init git add git commit. The message is making life better. Then let's go back to Heroku. So what they're saying is after git init, you can do Heroku git remote WhatsApp tree. So you're setting Heroku as your remote. And the next step, we've already done all this. So we're pushing this server now to remote. So running git push Heroku master. It's going to take a minute or two. It's actually moving very fast. Installing all the node modules. Build done. Launching. So already have that. That is now your new remote file. So saying welcome to Express. So it's working. Although I know there's one thing we need to change. So let's go to the front end. Instead of using localhost, we now need to use our remote server. And now we only need to make one change in our API service, and that is this connection, your connection server. Then because we told Git to ignore our environmental variables, we need to come and add them here. And here we need to say reveal config file, and the first one, if you remember, we had the user and the value was admin. Then we need to add the other one, which was password, and the password you gave it. And click add, and now you can hide. And now you can use this and go and try and get charts from that. Send. And you're getting your charts. So that works perfectly. Let's see if our app is still working. It's still getting everything, and it's now getting everything from our remote server. So Now let's continue to actually build this app in a way that we can use it on our phone. So Ionic build is done. Next we need to run npx cap add Android. So what will happen is you're going to add, you'll see a folder for Android. So it's actually generating the files for Android. So for people who are doing iOS instead of Android, you'd say npx cap add iOS. Or if you're creating an app for both Android and iOS, you can just do both of them, no problem. Just adding the dependencies. So like it's saying, next we need to run npx cap. Android has been added here, as you can see. That's a whole app. So next we need to say npx cap, not every done, npx cap open Android. Now that should launch Android Studio. So once Android is done, it's going to run a few things down here. It's going to take a minute or two. But once it's done, you can come to build APKs and click on it. Again, so it's going to take a few minutes. And once it gets done, go to your folder. My folder was my WhatsApp clone. Open it. Go to Android. Go to app. Go to build. Go to output. And you see APK. Then debug. Your upload APK file is your actual complete Android app. You can copy this to your phone. you need to allow installation from unknown sources, and this should run. As that comes to the end of our tutorial today. It's been really long. I'm going to be making shorter ones because I want to be able to do at least a video a week. Right now I'm doing one video every 2 weeks. So if you've reached this far, please remember to like and subscribe so that you can get to see the next video. Thank you very much for coming all this way with me. See you in the next videos. Bye.